So, we finally made it. Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. What anyone who's ever spoken to me about Ace Attorney they always say that this is the best one. I'll be the fucking judge of that, because I have already experienced heavy, disgusting bias towards other parts of the fucking franchise. So, if this does not overturn all of that, then you're all wrong. And I will... But... if it turns out that I go completely insane in the first 5 fucking minutes, then I'll admit that maybe, just maybe, my favourite part of this entire franchise at the moment isn't nearly as interesting as whatever the fuck this is, even though it's really weird, actually. Anytime anyone talks about it, they're always saying that's the greatest one in the series, but that's the only thing I have ever heard about it. Starting off strong early in the morning, always idiots. Look, that never happened. That was my imagination. Ken has better things to be doing with his day, unfortunately. But no, it's really interesting. Like, I've never heard anyone talk about the cases or the characters in particular. I've only ever heard, look, I played this one and now I can never go back to the rest of the franchise. I'm like, okay, but surely you have more of an opinion than that. Like, if you like it that much, give me your fandom spiel of it. Like, the only fandom spiel I've ever heard is Rightworth shit, which is great, mind you, but my impression of Black Quill did get way better as time went on. I know I was really mean to him a lot, but I don't know, just something flipped immediately. I went through a whole character arc with him, in 2 days. I was like, oh, fuck you, Black Quill. No, Black Quill, you're my favorite guy in this whole thing. I love you, Black Quill. Oh, he's so amazing. I don't know what happened there. I don't know. I didn't even really have a reason to hate him. It just kind of happened. The presence of Nayuta made me realize Black Quill wasn't that bad. Maybe that might be the case. Yeah, I don't know. Like when Black Quill showed up again, I was like, oh my god, Black Quill. OMG, it's Black Quill. Oh my god. And then I realized that you know what? I actually did like everything that you were doing. I love you, Black Quill. Look, I know that you were kind of emo sometimes, but it was understandable. And he's so cool and he's so pretty, and I wish I could dress as cool as he does. He's a good A-tier prosecutor. I love him. I'm excited. I don't know. Look, I don't know where he would rank in the prosecutors I like overall. I might actually have to put him above Gavin. Because Black Quill I will actively search for content about. Gavin is more like, I love you, Gavin, and I like hanging out with you. But I'm not gonna go out of my way to read shit about you, that kind of thing. So I think he has to go above Gavin. But then there's also just the bias that Miles and Francisca experience. So I don't know, man. I don't know. You think this game's prosecutor will push Gant off the sexiest man in the franchise throne? Oh, maybe. Maybe. I'm excited though because we all know that I'm a big fan of prosecutors. I'm a big fan of prosecutors, except for one of you. I'm a big fan of prosecutors. I love me a good prosecutor. Anyway, I don't really have anything. Nayuta is like... Here's the thing. Nayuta definitely didn't experience the same feelings that I felt with Godot. It was definitely a, God, I hate you. Okay, but your story's pretty good, but I fucking hate you. It's like, I think that if there was like another game after that and I got to see more of Nayuta, then I think my opinion would change. But because I only got to spend like 2 hours with Nayuta not being kind of a prick, then maybe, but as it stands, Nayuta is like least favorite prosecutor. I think for me, going from least to best, in my opinion, would be Nayuta, Godot, Gavin, Blackwell, Francisca, Miles. And again, Francisca and Miles, they get the horrible bias of, okay, but the first games were pretty good. Like, I'm the kind of guy who gets so attached to the first game in the franchise, and then it's like, okay, you know. Hang on. The game's main prosecutor is in case 3? That's like near the end of the game! What? What do you don't get to meet him immediately? What do you mean they changed the formula? What do you mean it's different? What do you mean it's different? What do you mean it's different? Why is it different? Why would they do that? Why is it different? Why is it different? They had a formula. I was used to the formula. Why would they change my formula? But I like consistency. It won't be worth it. I want consistency. I want to be prepared for things. I guess I am prepared, but because you told me about it, but I was excited. I was excited, and now I'm gonna be like, oh, it's gonna take so long. Go. No, go away. I'm trying to read that. The fuck is that? Sure, I should have probably opened this to test earlier. The second case is extremely short. Okay, I guess that makes up for it. Fuck off my music. So we want the game capture and move it to... What the fuck are you named as? There we are. Gonna load for me, please? Yes, you are. Thank you so much. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. You're excited, Teto. Is that a yes, Teto? Yes, Teto. Oh, jeez, that's kind of loud. I think... Game supports autosave. Wow. I don't even use it, but okay, thank you. Oh, damn it. Damn it, I picked the wrong courtroom. I gotta change it on the thumbnail. I just got it, like, the other day. She's so cute. She's so cute. She's so cute. might commission a might commission a cursor. Do you have an Addo cursor? That's so cute.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation.
Thank you for acknowledging
The
Japan.
revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Does it sound like you might love Addo just a little bit? You know, it's not even noticeable.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Hi dude that I forgot how to pronounce the name of. I read it yesterday when I was trying to prepare my my first thumbnail for the VOD. Oh! I don't like that sound effect. I don't like that sound effect. And why is the UI so tiny? And okay, so this should be moved down just a smidge, keep it out of the way of the text box. Yeah, I don't like that sound effect. I think I'm gonna complain just a little bit as I get into it. I'm gonna complain just a little bit as I'm getting into it, until I'm like settled in and I'm like, Naruhodo is Phoenix's actual surname in Japanese. I am aware of that. I am aware of that. I've been on AO3. Okay, that sounds a little weird, but anyway. Oh, fuck. Okay, here's the decision of a lifetime. Do I reuse voices? Do I give you Phoenix Wright voice? Because honestly, it was painful having to do Apollo voice. You know what? Well, you can have Phoenix Wright voice. You can have Phoenix Wright voice, and if I feel like I need to change, then I'll change. But you get Phoenix Wright voice for now, and you're gonna be happy with it. Okay? Okay. Really? They have voice acting? Shit. But what am I here for? The voice acting was my favorite bit. Still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors is to this quiet little chamber? It's the highest court in Japan. Waiting to decide my fate. So fucking glad the Japanese! As we all know, couldn't believe for a fucking second any of those guys were fucking Americans. To this day, don't believe it's actually set in America. I don't believe the localization. What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. It is centered on the wall. I'm so glad you noticed. I'm so glad it's on the wall. Runosuke. Or should I say Runosuke? Runosuke. My name is Runosuke Naruhodo. I am a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. Now here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. He's not obligated to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Who the fuck are you? Cause I'm like, okay, I thought I knew who you were, but no you're not, because I'm pretty sure the guy... Okay, I'm... Can you tell that I'm getting anxious? That I'm getting anxious at the changes. No one has the right to treat him as a criminal, so you will hold your tongue. Technicalities? Look at you, you haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Lunosuke? Oh, yes, of course, sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yumei University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not! You have to believe me, I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then, there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up, hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Lunosuke. Kazuma Osugi, my best friend, also in his second year at Yumei University. But he's far more clever than I, a star student in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old here in Japan anyway. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma! It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know! It's been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So, you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. Yeah, just maybe. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Right, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little while longer. A good idea! After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class or Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, then, partner. Should I spoil the entire game? Obviously not. Ah, yes. Larry's great ancestor is behind every case, I'm sure. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Osugi, may I have a word? Yo, dudes. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Yo, the full fit. You look fantastic, my friend. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asuge. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in the trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at the university before. I see. I will go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Runosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thank you, Kazuma. Ugh, this is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant. Runosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor forensic forensic medicine at Yume University. Professor Mikotoba. I've heard the name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asugi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. I'm gonna be fine with the Japanese names, okay? I'm gonna be just fine. It just takes a minute for me to process them until I've, you know, read them a few times. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asugi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asugi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favourable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will not be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand how proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what would the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before yourself? Of course not. Defendant. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. Ah, it would seem surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to surmise. Kazuma Asugi will not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point to anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. You sound confident. My one and only chance at proving my innocence. The trial that will decide my destiny. I still hate that sound effect. So this is a courtroom. The Supreme Court of... Fuck me. Fucking whatever, the Supreme Court. No court in the land has more power. I don't have much... I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. Really made sure to use older style grammar for some characters. Yeah, I'm not surprised, actually. I mean, that makes sense. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. Oh, what? But why? It'll become clear in time, but for now. You need to concentrate, Runosuke. It's about to begin. The court will now hear the trial of Runosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to the trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly which I do. I mean, fucked if I know. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Runosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... what? Oh, what are you playing at, Runosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything just now, before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off? No! It's not that, really. It's just that... well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already, renouncing his own counsel, really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's completely blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetuated the most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Oh, well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard the name more than I care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous, I can't remember that. Oh, what was it again? Runosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of my E button. Except I have no idea what that is, and... You know, what is an E button? I've never seen one before. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press E for the court record. Right, no time to lose. Wow, cute. This is a list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people. Wow. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, press E to go back. John H. Wilson. Wow. Yeah, that's a very British name. So remember, everything you do with the current case can be found in the court record. No, you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record and press R to present.
Yes!
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman have been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates of the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? Ugh. I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties don't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. Seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So, I went to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to the defendant, Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death? Well, obviously that was, Runosuk. Remember that in court... Please... hang on. What? I didn't click anything. Every assertion must be backed up by evidence. Evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and press present. Post-mortem report. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by a loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body.
Yes!
Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right, the post-mortem report. In the worst, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, the police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested for any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks from the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. So, this is a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well. I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better appraise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. Ugh. This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. Professor? You mean Dr. Mikotowa? Yes. Clearly, you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asugi must not be the defense lawyer in the trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is, rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control your cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Didn't I see art of you on Pixiv yesterday? I feel like I saw art of you on Pixiv yesterday. Huh. Didn't think you'd be like the first guy that I meet. Interesting. Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at the Western-style restaurant called Le Carnival. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It is a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. It should, though. Well, it really, really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter has developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels and to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, and a gentle eatery 3 days ago. Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Yes! Ah! Yes! 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 I miss being called a lawyer boy! Oh, aspirating. Maybe, but aspiring. It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few dinners at that time of day. Few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. Do I really want to be called lawyer boy by Payne's ancestor though? Not really, but I'm just glad that we've come back to lawyer boy. I'm hoping to be called lawyer boy by someone else now. Look, if I get called lawyer boy once, it means I might get called lawyer boy again by someone prettier. I like being called lawyer boy. That fits with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out of the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. Hi, Bob Bob! Hi, Bob Bob! Hi, I missed you. I'm doing very well, thank you. Very happy to see you. Hi, we're having fun playing my new game. Yay! Standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Can't do that. Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up the gun I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Runosuke. You have your chance to fight back. Why would you both make that face at me? Can't believe you'd both make that face at me. Look, at least. For now, we must quickly listen to the witness. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today. Bob, you're meant to be nice to me! Oh, come on. Why aren't you being... My entire chat is slowly turning into meetings. Why would you guys do this? Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around the table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Uh-huh. Wait. What did you just say? There was no one else around that table. What's the matter, Runosuk? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite to him on the table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. Influenced by Sirius. But you said nice things to me when I visited your stream and it made me happy. And you're telling me it was a lie this whole time and you're not nice to me at all. Why? I'm crying because I'm a tiny little guy who wants head pats, and instead everyone just points and laughs at me.
Yes!
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same time.
Attention!
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you were mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it! I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please have a look at it if you like. Let me see. A sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume? That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. No. I'm not sure that's exactly what that shows. It just shows where he was.
Hi, Boy. Hi, Boy. Hi, Boy.
Oh, well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well, is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you go. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. I was uncomfortable to listen to. So, the court has now heard a precis of the case. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on to trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have a small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I call this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case in the court. But I must warn the defense if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual. About these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face, is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't begun yet, Runosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Auchi, please continue with proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. Fucking what the fuck, my dude? Don't say that. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witness. Very well, officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir! The name is the Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Iyasa Nosa, reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation Nippon. So what do you mean start getting used to this? And conduct my trade from Gyasute and a humble premises in the 2nd district. Curio Korikuta at your service. Multi-witnesses? I mean, it's pretty cool. That's a lot to keep track of. Ugh. I feel like I'm having such a hard time reading simple words, which is making longer words even harder. Why am I fucking fucked today? An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners and the other tables that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post noon. and, not infrequently, converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at Le Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets Le Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he's a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative! The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear from your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw in the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir. Standing by, ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. I was ingesting a... Fucking dude, can you be normal, please? I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Can you fucking be normal? Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the army's actions with my own eyes. The enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired at the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Well, you said from the back, but I'm pretty sure that gunshot wound was from the front. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. What times we live in, when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Runosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun when I saw it lying on the floor. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it, so I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who the criminal was. There is. Runosuk, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witness. Cross-examine? Do it now. As we have heard, Your Excellency, there's no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly. The testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to... What is in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh. How did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination? The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Kazuma is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Runosuk. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. The yaoi thought swimming on my head, honestly, couldn't give a shit less. Like, I have absolutely not a care in my world, in the world about these two at the moment. Will that change? Who knows? I hope so. I don't want to have a different opinion from the rest of the fandom on things again. That shit's really, really difficult to deal with. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier said has to be a lie. Which opinion of mine would be different? The opinion that I don't care about these games nearly as much as I care about the other ones. I'm hoping that that changes, but as of now, it is a loading circle of yet to be determined. So we'll just have to see. I'm hoping that what everyone says is true. So I have high expectations. So don't crush them. Exactly! Exactly, that's what I mean! That's what I mean! I don't know the characters yet, which is why it's a loading circle of we'll see when we get there. Okay? Okay. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence. Right. Evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Runosuk. Don't let them beat you. That was adorable. Alright then, it's all or nothing. Ingesting a regulation beast egg. Yes, this table slap and how he looked over at him as well. That was great. That's adorable. Showing off my wares. At that precise moment, as firearm was discharged, I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired at the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. It was from the front! From the front, shot in the chest. You didn't see jack shit.
Yes!
Oh god, look at his... I kind of love how nervous he is. What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache? Inconsistency, sir? I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. Tisk, oh, what nonsense. What can the print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, what do I want to say? Words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. This is so frustrating! Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be far more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance of this photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy with the surgeon's statement. What? Sergeant E. Yes, sir, no, sir. So that's what your name is. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired at the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because... Now take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound in the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Oh, well, don't do that to your kid. What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back that he pushed it down again. Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be the indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak. So, what? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Yesa Nosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in the Grand Court. Thank you for the Steam achievement. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial. I'm so funny. Just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. The university cadet there, he was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. You busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Indeed, the Hoi Era Koban, my prize coin. Exactly. Nice fucking witness you got, prosecution. They saw jack fucking shit. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Razute, in the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. Oh, the day under scrutiny. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I preferred my Hoe treasure. Believed that he would purchase a rare find. I did not. But I was presented with a little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest moment, it was not there anymore. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished. Hunting around on the table I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoe treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoe Koban was lost to me. No doubt, some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony this court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels, it must be to the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. Hi, Ajax. Hi. The equally despicable defendant, Runosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well, the court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something on... or someone peeking out of your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks. Sir, name... Ado. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ado. Attention. Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. That's so cute. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. These testimonies certainly are... Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her. Objection! If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. Ugh. It is evident beyond reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel? Indeed. Of the table the victim was dining at. By an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in company of anyone else. Ugh, this doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true! I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that Takasuchi Aochi will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Glunosuk. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, and then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood? Rules can be so unbending at times. Even if what I saw was not the precise moment of the firearm's discharge, it's almost the same thing. I'm pointing his gun at the foreman he was, a young lad in black. That much I myself did say. Furthermore, a visual search of the premise at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. What do you think, Runosuk? What's the matter? I can't find anything. I can't find a clear discrepancy anywhere. I'm done for. I can't win this trial. No. Listen, the first thing to do is calm down. You can't expect witness statements to be full of holes every time. So, just take your time and try to tease more information out of them first. What do you mean? You can choose to either press or present against each of the witness statements. If a witness is saying something you're suspicious about, press him on it. With a little luck, you may get more details which could prove to be crucial. Right, I see. The important point is, there's no sense in holding back. If anything even slightly jars with you, press the witness on it, and press them hard. Alright, got it. Now press them like blocks of tofu. The professor wasn't alone at the restaurant, I'm sure of it. And one way or another, this cross-examination is going to prove I'm right. It's time to press them for all they're worth. My fate depends on it.
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady.
Objection!
As you have been at pains to point out now, time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. If only there had been people dining there at the time, then someone else could have noticed her. Unfortunately, was already past 2 p.m. when this happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. You know, of course, the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was. This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It's a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at the clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Hotter clinic. Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. Hi. Clinic sure sounds like somewhere I'd like to go. Sure. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder, what do you think, Glonosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report be submitted? Sure, why not?
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to the arrival at the restaurant are of no concern. Whether or not they are of concern, it's up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon. You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well, the court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore these from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korikuta-san. Learning all by himself.
Yes!
Oh, no, that's not the same thing at all. Great start, I didn't find that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus a fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it. Have what? Teen June. The sound of the firearm rang out in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. think that's this at all, don't you? And let us not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in the most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Karikuta-san?
Yes!
Yes, it may be true that I was holding a gun at that point in time. But I told you already, that's only because I picked it up off the floor. Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away. I had just finished drinking my coffee, and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment, a gunshot rang out in my ears. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry? What do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the Koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you, with pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner.
Yes!
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there is only a single beefsteak on the victim's table, a meal for one. No. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea.
Yes!
Why aren't you telling the truth? Oh, what did you say, cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But both of you have failed to see the professor's dining companion. It's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But if such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mentions of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say about that. Excellent word, Rosuk. We've gleaned some new information now. But yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes. This is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a bit more detail. How exactly? Some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are ones you may examine. Blah 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 blah. Tutorial stuff. Yes, tutorial things. Okay. Yes, tutorial, blah blah blah. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Buttons. Examine what looks suspicious. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar from top with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. And just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they use laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although, it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Huh. There's a cautionary note on the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? It sounds like information worth bearing in mind. I see. With this new information, the meaning of one particular statement totally changes. So, I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Oh, I'm so glad you're getting confident now. Furthermore, visual report process and personnel present. Indeed, dining all by himself.
Yes!
Well, I think about what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer. I wish I could. But first and foremost, here I'm the accused. Runasuk. Everyone stumbles on their first words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in the cross-examination you just carried out. When you raise your hand straight up like that, so purposefully. You knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright, and thanks for the advice. Korekuta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. I see, and I don't see what of it, boy. Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's remember, Lunasuk, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that? Oh, Outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hotter Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted? What's this? And furthermore, if I told you that, as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't. Korikuta-san. What, boy, what? As you just heard. When he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of anesthetic. Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What? What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at the photographic evidence. You can clearly see a plate of food on the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. You can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Lunasuk? Yes, most definitely. So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense in this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright. The answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it! So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... An as yet unknown third party. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table. You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person. There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet, we have evidence of a half-eaten steak at his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly. Kazuma? Are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them, those two witnesses on the stand. What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit? In murder? No. Negative. There was no mention of this in the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right. As the man says, just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Oh. What? Oh, what did you say? Kuta-san. No. You were just following orders. Now, hold on, lad. I was, Say you never saw the gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What? Objection! What is the meaning of this? These witnesses gave false statements. Is this true, you pair? Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order. Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now, you trying to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who's trying to make you keep your mouth shut? Well, as classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't... This can't be happening. Runosuke. Judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchie has any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It can only be in the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really, whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly remember how we made progress before? Before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh, yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. John H. Wilson, male, British, 19th November, shortly after 2 p.m. Cause of death, a single bullet fired at close range, fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound, bullet did not pass through body. Oh, very cool. Very cool indeed. I like this. This is a really cool. I'll have to remember that. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Well, that's unexpected. What is it? Do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, a business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title. His job? Oh, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. Let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence if they're wielding it somehow here. I see. If it's proven that the witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about this? Oh, Your Excellency. No time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes to my head. Is the main character an ancestor of someone? Well, his last name is Naruhodo, which is Phoenix Wright's last name in Japanese, so we can safely assume that they're related somehow. Though, honestly, the bloodline might die with Phoenix.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock. What possible reason could the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Look, Phoenix is like reaching his 40s and he still hasn't gone on a single date since college. He's fucked. Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have the level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. If he truly were... Come on, Runosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. Truth about Satoru Hosonaga. Can I just say, I fucking love that guy's name. It's such a nice name. I love saying it. R.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched on the man by the man in question. I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude any... Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of... The back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front. Yes, the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, the true profession. The waiter's profession. But that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses, they're in the stand. This is, in fact, the waiter who gave you your orders. Was it he who told you to not mention that you'd seen the foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Inspector Hosonaga... I was worried something like this may happen. And the moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. Yes, we don't need a flashback. That was like 10 minutes ago. Yes, keep going. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say, you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working at a restaurant waiter? Of course, your salary must be... I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant lately. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated in this case of homicide. Very well then. Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court? Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable! As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped over in the chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accuser's student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young woman, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once? It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. These were my orders.
But what if this Englishwoman was the killer?
I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. The Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason the disappearance of the Phantom Woman is in this case. But it's not right. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the Medical Facilities Research Laboratory, is a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean... When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought to pretend it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Jezebel Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical facility. What is happening here? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise, namely that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline for a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country, or any others, to influence the proceedings of my court. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Jezebel Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you will be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, It was my guiding principle to carry out all my investigations flawlessly. So, it won't be a problem? Nothing will get in my way. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Jezebel Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency. Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Oh my gosh. I have a feeling I'd like the dialogue from Hosanaka later. I am curious. Because I was doing what any normal person does, and I was looking at Fulbright fan art. And then I stumbled across, and then on one of the like logs that someone did of all their Ace Attorney fan art, I at the very end I came across like a bunch of art of Hosanaka, and I was like, huh, I've never seen that character before. I wonder if I'll meet him soon. And yeah, and here he is. So there must be a reason I saw that art of him. Honestly, probably fate. Ah, oh, shit. Do not make that any sound in my ear, please. Excellent work, Runosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being clear. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your Phantom Lady at last. Miss Jezebel Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with her, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then on the floor, next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up... I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot came from. The waiter ran over to me, looked at the whites of the sheets, and he bundled me into some sort of pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikotaba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, It seems you planned for this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference to me. Lawyer or otherwise, I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. Oh, what? Oh, what are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma? Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. H. Wilson was a visiting professor at uni. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget that we're still up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight right to last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Defendant Naruhodo. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and do a decisive blow before those old fossils know what hit them. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed in me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So, this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. The court hereby resumes the trial of Runosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Auchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize, that's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we've forged with the Great British will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders? Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Runosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinion, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up. Shut up, you chapped up rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. But by aligning ourselves with the great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and no one could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Runosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Thank you, Counsel. The court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of the truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Jezebel Brett. Yes. Your Excellency. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussion takes place without tea. Is that true? No idea. So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at... Yes, we know all about you already. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the only thing you're sure of. Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Runosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are solely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? The lady says her name is Jezebel Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in UMay University's medical facility. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the duet tones, delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Casimir. Our English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in English classes, so. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Pratt. 3 days ago at a restaurant called Le Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says, yes. This could take some time. So even though she's suddenly here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? She'd like to apologize for disappearing, you see. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes upon this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say... Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Order! Order in the court. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself. Myself only, a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. This is a condemning testimony. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Attention!
Quiet, you filthy wretch. Looking at you, you black-hearted blackguard. And look at the Snow White Angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the quarter is going to believe. Not only misogynistic, but kind of racist too. You're still making the same mistakes, Runosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying! Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before, and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere on her person where she could conceal a firearm. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden the weapon can be shown, this is moot. There is no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. That's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash, Runosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady is hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we need to pull her testimony apart. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Had arranged for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I only ordered for myself.
Yes!
I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over and say hello. Please don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Oh, hang on, I'm getting a phone call. guess I'm gonna be busy on Wednesday. Hydra Moon. It is a great OST. I am enjoying it so far. What are you saying? Trade your words are in vain. What? Sorry? Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must all supiku ingirushu. Ah, I see what they were doing there. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever. Well, only in the presence of a beautiful woman. Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That ties with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. And then the next time you got up after that was when I finished my coffee and stood up to leave.
Yes!
Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. And like I said, there's no point repeating the assertion over and over. Of course, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side. Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out at the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. Well, yes, that's true, but all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time. That will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel. Dirty? Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy. Seems to me that your accusations are just as baseless as ours. What nonsense. The lady is merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway.
Yes!
It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely. I verified it personally. You verified it? Yes, immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." That's all you did? You just asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. Why on earth not? The Honourable English gentleman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There was obviously no need for further probing into the matter. Which is fucking stupid. Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps. Think what you will. But if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts. Saying your top two games are the second Great Ace Attorney and Trials and Tribulations. Trials and Tribulations was pretty good. I think what I'm gonna do when I finish these two games is I'm going to like discuss how I feel about like the franchise overall, in that like this is like I like this game a lot, like this was probably like my favorite case in that game, that kind of stuff. I want to have like a conversation about it and talk to you guys about it, so hopefully that stream doesn't go fucking long. That final stream doesn't go fucking long, but who knows, but given how fucking long some of these cases have been getting. Games tier list? Probably. I was thinking about doing like actual like that tier list, like a case tier list as well, but because I haven't played investigations, I'd have to like leave stuff with those games out. I just don't want to pay full price for the same game twice. I already own it physically. I don't want to have to buy the Steam copy too. Not for $57. No one likes Miles anyway. How could you say that to my face? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Thinking. I'm just... investigations can be like, hey guys, remember when I was the Ace Attorney guy? Well, we've got investigations now, so we can get back into it and I can be just as obsessed as I was before. Are you excited? Anyway, yeah. I'm excited to see how my feelings on these games stack up compared to the other ones. In other words, he wants evidence. Ugh. The lady wishes to point out that, of course, she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation. But she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had been told to get the woman out of there. Not to get her out of there. I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime. Which is why she is only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course. Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game's up. You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you. So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor at the end of which you shot him. Which is an out-and-out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she is an elegant, refined, young and beautiful yet gentle woman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in dull black school clothing. I'm dressed exactly the same way you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even you, with your thick skin, must be able to feel the murderous looks we're getting from around the room. Only too well. I feel half dead already. And the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me feel any better either. The first thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seem even slightly off to you. Do that and an opening will present itself, I promise you. I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination.
Yes!
After 2 p.m, in fact, that's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue, isn't that right? No. I'm a decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove with the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic! What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next?
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he had a tooth removed at the Hotter Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering? Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She heard the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left? Dear me, what a harrowing experience to have travelled to a distant island at on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. Each raised a glass of carbonated water. I feel like it probably means something. Last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing? The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said and said to be added to the official testimony. Gladly, she said. It was brilliant, customer. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent at the time's right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from the experience in that, Runosuke. I ordered beef for myself and the professor. Cheers over some carbonated water. Exactly as it was left, but there's only one glass there. Yeah.
Yes!
That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with the photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene? That's right. That's right, it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says.
Well, that is, it's odd, very odd.
Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Ugh. Murasuk, what is it that the print, about the print that looks odd to you?
Well, obviously, it's the cheers.
The cheers?
Miss Brad just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1.
You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass picture here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over the minute? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Minute, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless.
But there should have been 2 glasses on that table.
Or are you going to try to tell me that you clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table.
Inspector,
What did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table.
what?
It was also terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there all along, she said.
Good gracious.
Sorry.
There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please.
We must remember that the student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray?
That's absurd!
Oh, really? So, do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, beautiful woman of mischief? What?
No. This can't be put down as mischief.
I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying.
A handbag, you say?
Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. And the student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on this case. Counsel of the defense, are you in agreement?
Well, I don't know, really.
If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance.
Yes, you're right.
So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, it's the handbag.
Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say?
Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English women carry handbags for small items.
Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There's no pocket in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag. Which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. Your voice is turning into somewhere in between Phoenix and Apollo, and I don't know what's going on anymore, but we're just gonna keep going.
You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard from the defendant when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire the gun, we can deduce there must have been other firearms at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will.
You can't be seriously suggesting... Inspector Hosonaga.
Yes.
Did you or did you not search Miss Jezebel Brett's handbag on the day of the murder?
No, sir. I did not.
As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No!
Order, order, order.
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Prosecutor Algie?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to you, your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? I hate that sound effect. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. Well, not when you try and hide this shit. As I said, I did not search a lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary.
Unnecessary in what way?
I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. The photographic print. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London and at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruto-san. Naruto-san. It's a good name. Order, order. Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. The court has been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print has just submitted to the court records appears to have no further significance. I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter. I must make my ruling. Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No, just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse position than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry. Runosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? I must say, you put on quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. A fact that you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty for a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance of now turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about the last photograph the detective produced that we can contest, which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well, I now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little Runosuke Hodo, having considered all the evidence. Oh, wait, Your Excellency. Runosuke, I don't think you can rule this case yet. This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency dreams the trial is over, he gives his ruling. And that is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said, as the photographic print I just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on this case at this time would be out of the question. This is a blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is that the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying at the day in question, there can be no problem with this evidence. You'd better know what you're doing, Runosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from the handbag. My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about those photographs that just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What?
But be warned that if I am unsatisfied with your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. I appreciate that they are giving the judge more animations. He deserves more animations. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at this photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where this print we will see a significant detail in which you have alluded. So, I see two things, but I'm not sure which is more significant right now. Because, like, obviously, this, right? But there's also just the fact that his handbag is not completely see-through. That back portion there is not meshed off, so therefore there could be some other sort of pocket there, but I'm not sure. I don't know what they want me to be pointing out. Look, I'm gonna start here, and if that's wrong, then I'll move over here.
Yes!
I feel like this area is significant, How significant is your inability to possibly identify what's wrong with you? I like that sound effect. Well, it's clearly a tattoo. The wrist thing is clearly a tattoo. I know it's the handbag that sends out in this picture, but you need to look further. Yes, Kazuma, I know. Look, I just didn't know what they wanted me to be saying, okay? I don't want to point something out and then be getting ahead of myself again. I always get ahead of myself, Kazuma. In my future lives, I mean, but... You think I'm gonna love lots of things in these games?
Hold it!
I hope so. I hope so. Yes. No.
Yes!
Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was wondering what new pilful you would come up with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist. Clearly, that was nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he did not note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued and curious by the shape of the mark. However, as Prosecutor Ouchie points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn.
Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff.
Isn't it like 10 o'clock in the morning? Lunch is in 2 hours. You're not fucking leaving this courtroom yet.
She would like to know if she may be excused from staff now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Rhodosia? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with this case?
To be honest, I'm not really sure.
But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right.
I am.
If we can just link the burn to the case, if we can do that, it might be able to prise the shut door back open.
Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence I cannot allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn to the victim's wrist to this case, then you would allow it. I would, yes. And tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the colour draining from Miss Brett's face.
Really?
I have to find some link between the burn and the case.
This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves that what that burn really means.
So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. Evidence that demonstrates the inextricable connection between the victim's burn and the trial. Good question. A very good question. Good question. Like the greatest question you've ever asked me in the history of every question I've ever been asked. A good question.
Yes!
What's this, Counsel? Yet another print.
Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at the scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded furthermore.
Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really could be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett.
You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photo. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here furthermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? This little thing here, Oh,
Yes!
is it the beef steak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Your Excellency, you're right. As you see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of land trademark of the Carnival. This emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Monosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if it's the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. He could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim.
Thanks.
Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury could have caused quite a commotion at the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine serving miss at a terrible disaster, certainly.
But...
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined as the defense has just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure.
Can you be more specific, Inspector?
Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds.
It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then.
I've been investigating the restaurant for several weeks now, but I've not heard of anyone screaming at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter.
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate or for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of it.
And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it.
That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him crying out either.
What are you suggesting?
Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day,
that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel.
The reason for us, the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie? Well, yes, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost didn't believe it. Monosuke, do you think?
Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of that makes this and makes sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn onto his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation.
Counsel, are you suggesting?
Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead.
Already dead?
And knowing that what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness.
Order, order, please, counsel. Explain this absurd notion at once.
The victim was killed by a gunshot.
That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student. But clearly he has no grasp of facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ouchie. It's you who has no grasp of facts. I beg your pardon. As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget about luncheon engagement. But, Your Excellency, the justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass the judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile? Am I planning on doing this as just as one case? I don't know. How long is the next case is the question. It depends on how long the next case is. I don't feel like we've got long left in this case, so I probably will at least start the next case. Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. I think it's as long as this one, or a bit shorter. We can do both then. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking more vulgar tones as much as possible. Wow, cool, cool, cool. Cool of you to just say. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I concede that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Oh, well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration. You are so gracious. You so graciously afford us. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask that you testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Mr. Dr. Wilson. So we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Lunosuk. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't be up to it anyway. The most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history, thank you. Easy does it. I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. But it seems very clear that from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about this about what has happened here today. Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Ha! Thanks. Was that a prayer, then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with the cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this will be our final cross-examination of this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with the witness's testimony, I will be ruling in the case immediately. Is that clear? Ow. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with your cross-examination. I have no idea when the man put his wrist like that. The waiter brought my steak and the professor and I raised our glass and toast. As far as I heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause. If there's some other way the man's life could have been taken without leaving trace, please do show me. I think he was poisoned. And he was poisoned, taking advantage of the fact that we don't do autopsies. For whatever other way would there be? And why would she feel the need to take his glass?
But if I present the photo, will the game understand what I'm getting at? Or do they want me to like do another, like, do one of those things where we take a roundabout way and it's like, oh my god, that's so obvious. I'm like, yes, I figured that out already. Can we just get on with it, please? See, game, the only reason I doubt myself is because of what you've been doing to me this whole time. Though, granted, I have been more and more right in many circumstances. It's been fun, I'll admit. God. What do you think? Who does? I don't know. I think this could be hard work. She can speak Japanese brilliantly, but she doesn't seem to want to say very much. The more she says, the more she's likely to give away. This English woman knows that only too well. She's quite formidable. Dr. Wilson's burn tells us something, I'm sure. I need to use this cross-examination to find out what. First things first, I'm going to press her on everything she said and try to make her blurt something out. What is it, Kazuma? What are you thinking? Oh, don't worry, it's nothing.
Yes!
But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't have not noticed. And do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived here at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on this unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you? Uh-huh. Where? That's completely different, lady, anyway. You hadn't realized. The dear lady is absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, honestly. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over vulgar screaming. Can your tiny brain imagine such a thing? Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Yes!
Well, I can't. Anyway. Raise our glass for toast.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at the time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter. Exactly as you say, sir. Although... whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table. I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. I have enough English to understand that. At least, for the benefit of others, the court means bless you. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. A fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to the innocent man's life. But that doesn't make any sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist and the hot plate as soon as it was brought from the kitchen, then he must already have been dead at that point.
Objection!
And yet, the fact that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest, until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that this is complete waste of time.
I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there's always telltale traces in the body.
Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt.
Isn't that right, Inspector Husanaga? If I said, as I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation.
There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true, but maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark.
If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it?
Oh no, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question.
On my honor, I, Takasuchi Ouchi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions. Aspersions.
Way of killing someone that leaves no trace.
We need some evidence to back this up.
Yeah, evidence.
Yes!
Inferior?
What do you mean by that? In the lands of Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it, isn't that so? Quite right. The Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives that trying to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand? A killer blow! The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting that police are maybe flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Pritch just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What? Well, that wasn't... Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. It doesn't even occur to the detectives to try and preserve the crime scene. You should break a testimony or the cross-examination is over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere I need to find Azuma. Oh, what? Hold on a sec. There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. bothering me. You mean about Miss Brett?
Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga?
The detective?
Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant if I might present an... If it might present an opening, maybe.
Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on the last statement one more time.
If you think so,
But this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective.
alright then. I wonder what Cousin was thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brett on my last statement again. Cute.
Yes!
Yeah, what do you mean by that? It's Great Britain, the Play Store, everything. Yes. See it once, isn't that so? Quite right, it's the business of as usual.
Wait.
So, what do I do? Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been on the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity.
What do you mean?
When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down.
Right, look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts.
It is time to pursue the man and his train of thought.
Sorry, Britsu.
I'll explain how to do it now, Bronasuk. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right, you can turn your attention to other people on the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you are able to pursue them. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around.
Alright then,
So first I should move the marker across and focus on the detective, and pursue him, and see what's on his mind. Here we go!
Wait.
Okay. Okay.
Excuse me!
What is the meaning of this? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps you have heard what the lady next to you had said. If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
Objection!
what is the meaning of this?
It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. Huh? The detective is on the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain, which is why Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you say. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I am not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that... This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day of question. And yes, it's lost a lot of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. A day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I agree, I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept a glass bottle of water as evidence. Miss Brett, can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel, you may resume your cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervour. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what's it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say you don't know. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Runosik, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence, and you can't go drinking evidence. Oh, no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? It never ceases to amaze me, Runosik. In more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? Oh, what's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. It's an interesting possibility. I like that I can see inside it like that. That's fun. I think that's everything they literally see with the bottle though. It's a very pretty bottle though. I like that it's got like a green shine on it. That's really nice. Anyway.
Taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. Can I present it now, please? Pretty please, because...
Yes!
Yay!
Oh, what is this? A bottle of water?
Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind.
Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison?
On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died from taking a sip from his glass?
Order, order!
And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could have possibly have done it. Jezebel Brett, it was you.
Objection!
This is outrageous. To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile. Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in right now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed in a accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling what your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one's crime. The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may, I will silence you forever with this. It was you who should be silent. Of course! Dear lady. Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady, but what are you referring to? I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior you may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector. And whether or not it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten that my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at this present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. I'm so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. I think the cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution has asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by its own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience it has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel of the defense. Do you have any further evidence to present to the court at this point? Hasuma? I'm sorry, Monosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
Please, wait. Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, judicial assistant to the defense. Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, as there were left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. Part 3, but this is a tutorial case. Why do we need a part 3? Can you not make that sound in my ear? I've already told you that I don't like that sound effect. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant of the defense, but why the sudden ingress into my courtroom? A judicial assistant, and a woman no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency! I am most grateful. Who are you? Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something? Written in English? It's Jezebel Brett's research. The English woman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical facility and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of karate and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Karate? What's that? Never heard of that word before. Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. It's wonderful, thank you. Goodbye, and good luck. You have had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... The prosecution has made its case. It's convincingly enough. Oh, convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Monosuke, we're out of options here.
This really is our last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett. Yes, of course, Your Excellency. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question, however. I must ask that you treat us. Ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blow dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation.
Yes!
Miss Jezebel Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson of Yumei University, doing research. Research by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison.
What? Poison? Where are you going with this, Counsel? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to death.
What? What complete and utter nonsense!
Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it. You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before, for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist.
Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
What? Order, order, order. Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it is reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. And it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Attention!
Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery.
To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison,
He would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and other diners would have surely noticed. That's true. What do you have to say about that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. No, I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used. Explain yourself, counsel. The moment this toxin enters the person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they are in total agony, there could be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost his strength in his muscles, he'd collapse to the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison causes instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle, counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison.
Attention!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? Hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. If I may. All these facts. You think you're so clever, but it is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? Or what? You steal another's honest, hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act, wouldn't you agree?
Attention!
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. Oh, what's so funny? Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Pratt. May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes, I don't see, why not? Taking the long way around instead of fucking reading the fucking thing all the way fucking through, Jesus Christ. I read the report, you idiot defense. Can we please get on with it? Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry.
To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics. It's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of all this now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers! Oh, wait, what are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no colare. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in the grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how did she swallow the whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose, if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. It has to have been poison in that bottle. Doesn't there can't have been any, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Come on, Renosuke, you have all the clues now. The bottle of water contains no poison. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why, Renosuke? Isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me. But sometimes it's in need of a good staining. Until it's as dark as your uniform and the ways of the world. Is that what the colour is supposed to represent? Kyle's ending the problem. Fine, whatever. There's poison in that bottle, but there can't have been because otherwise she would be dead. The culprit did put karate poison into Mr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious?
Objection!
Fool, are you blind? There is no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think. I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly? I need to think through all the things I don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well, if the defense truly intends to assert this claim.
Then I must ask you to support this assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume the supposedly poisoned water unscathed? The above mentioned effects occurred when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. So...
Yes!
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research.
Objection!
That's not a valid explanation. No. After all, we don't speak English. That report is like gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone. Honest, I'm just reading Susatsu-san's notes. I concur. The report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, Counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged things? Special characteristics. We've been hearing a lot about Kurare poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, Counsel. Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of their arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Oh, good gracious, Counsel. No, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in the research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see. That makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense, since when you interpret what's written like this. When Kurare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew Kurare specials characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking the water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... Wow. Scallion! Well, Runosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? Lawyer?
Objection!
Oh, all the poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how it's possible.
So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly.
What are you trying to say?
The schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw.
Schoolboyish? Flaw?
As even your brain has managed to deduce, karate is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric mucus.
Oh, yes, well,
Of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk,
the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? That's right. Good gracious. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy would be able to understand now. Order! Order in the court. Order. The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest... Yes! This Karare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you would understand something as simple as that. This is welling up inside me. I've never felt like this before. It's sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
Wow, that was the weakest objection I've ever heard. I don't think so, Miss Jezebel Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you, you must provide compelling evidence. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested, why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed with karate? Because of his burn.
Take that!
Oh, then how do you want me to do it then? I'm not overthinking it! Then what do you want me to present? Yeah. Was that not what I fucking presented? Fuck you! Fuck you! Well, then... But... Because that makes more sense than the gun wound. Because the gunshot is to hide the fact that he was poisoned, right? So it was done after the fact, after he was already fucking dead. So it's would be the burn, but they rejected the burn. He did have a... Why does this man have to have 3 fucking... I'm only angry because you fucking told me. I'm only angry because you told me about it. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, and fuck you, and fuck you, and I hate this fucking courtroom. That's a lie, it's very gorgeous actually.
Take that!
My answer was still fucking logical, so fuck you guys. As Ms. Brett has readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of karate are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you are well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You use the knowledge to orchestrate this. It's she. Laughing. I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are all so puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! Yeah, well, lady. That's mighty suspicious anyway. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to cover it. How could you... You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in that bottle or not. And let us not forget, we will have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course! Of course, you're referring to this photographic print, I assume, you dear lady. That's right. And really, looking at the photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. Of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is this little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day using karate. And then, in order to frame Runosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this murder. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say, and I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly! And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in a cold blood by the accused. Runosuke Naruhodo. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now... Is she really going to get away with this? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Runosuke. Yes? We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head. You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing that could really depend upon. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So I think back again, try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt, every color. Okay. Is Cosmo right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head, could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Fucking there fucking better be! Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Runosuke? Come on then, let's wipe the smile of the Englishwoman's face with some evidence. To act confident... Look, why is it the only time you act confident is when I am the least confident I have been in this entire fucking trial? Alright, I can't wait. It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it could be, whatever it is, could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been. I mean, I guess that's the only thing that's there.
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes. What is it? Ugh, he's still miles away. I'm probably thinking about the bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime? Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table.
Objection!
Wait a minute! Where are you going? Where are you going with this little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on, there was a spatter of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson from the chest, in the chest from the front, There's no way the blood from the victim could have ended up on directly behind him.
Yes. For blood to have made it into the plate, it appears the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as you were. Jezebel Brett. I beg your pardon.
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense.
Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing? This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to.
Inspector, you mean...
Yes, I took the plate, in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett, and I took the steak and the surgeon had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice.
Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's been a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now.
Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately.
Yes, sir.
Sorry for the delay. Here is what you ordered. Steak.
Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't.
Quickly, Inspector, the blood man, show the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. No blood. No blood anywhere.
But
no, that's impossible.
No, I swear I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate.
What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say that you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. I couldn't agree more in the case of this disgrace in the Empire. I believe we may finally have reached the conclusion of this trial. Let's hope so. Let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all of this when it's over. Look, I'm not as upset about this as you are, man. This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. I mean, the tutorial case being 5 hours isn't really a problem. We've had long tutorial cases before. It's kind of just the manner of it being dragged out that's annoying to me. Because it's like, dude, this is the tutorial. I would like to move on to your actual story with the people that I will be hanging out with for the rest of the game, please. Like, okay, sure, this evidence is seemingly a dead end, or this evidence is seemingly a dead end, but every time, dude. My expectations of this game are getting too high. You all praised it too much.
Do I not want to hang out with past pain? No! I don't want to hang out with him if he's not going to be the prosecutor for every single case, okay? If the sorry-looking excuse wishes to examine it again, be my guest. I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination. The sooner we can get this done, the sooner I can go eat some lunch and we can, you know, move on to like more overarching story things and cooler cases. Rudosuk. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Uh-huh. Never stop believing in yourself, and keep looking forward no matter what. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume no further examination of the evidence in this trial will be necessary. Does the defense have any objection? Bloodstain was going to clinch this trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues? Well, look, we might as well fucking have a look at it for ourselves, dude. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beef steak. I hate that you're dressed so amazingly. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination of this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. So, it's this or this? Well, fucking, I don't care. I don't care anymore. No, I don't give a shit anymore. Yeah, call it wrong. Call it fucking wrong. See if I fucking give a shit. I don't know and I don't care. This case is bullshit.
Got it!
Yes, I didn't think so, but it was the only thing I could fucking click on. I hate you. I hate you. I hate this case. I am so... This is fun, guys! This is the most fun I've ever had in Ace Attorney, can you tell? Can you tell I'm enjoying this? Fuck if I know. The only other button is this one! There is no other button here. What button? I don't know. Why wouldn't they? If I can interact, why wouldn't they put that there? Why are they making this difficult? Why do they feel the need to make my life difficult? Why do they feel the need to make my life difficult? I don't give a shit about this anymore. Fucked if I care. Fucked if I care. I don't even like either of you at the moment, okay? Look, actually, you're not a bad protagonist. I'm enjoying hanging out with you so far. I like both of you. That was mean. I'm having an emotional outburst right now. Bull fucking shit! I hate this. I hate this so much. If they wanted me to do that, they should put it on the fucking screen. No. This... I don't like this. Look, I don't like being angry, but I am genuinely upset. Oh, fuck off! I don't care. Yeah, sure, it's a fucking missing coin, which means he's given us the wrong thing. You know what? I was thinking the second it fucking came out anyway. Like, you know, why would you bring out one of them? You should bring out both of them so we can compare, in fact. Which would be wonderful. In fact, can I punch everyone in this courtroom? Means how fucking wonderful. And just the most wonderful thing in the world, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it just the most wonderful thing in the world you've ever heard? And Jesus Christ, you sound so weak and unsure of yourself, and why do you have a British accent when you are Japanese? I want to go back to the safety of... I want to go back to the safe, knowing, comforting arms of Phoenix Wright. I'm being inflexible and I'm being anxious because it's different and it's new. I should be more open-minded. I should be more open-minded. I should be more open-minded. More open-minded because this is fun and everyone loves this one. Everyone loves this one. All I know about this game is that it's fucking fantastic and makes everything else obsolete, which is possibly why I'm upset with it. That's probably a reason why I'm upset with it, because I don't like the idea of the things I like being made invalid. A Koban. Yeah. Hi, Moopai. Hi, Moopai. Hi, Moopai. Hi, Moopai. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered in the restaurant on that day, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
Shut up!
What a ridiculous question. How should I know?
treat every piece of evidence in this game like you would 1.5 or in Apollo Justice. Court record. I'm sorry, I wasn't doing that though. And I can't treat it like I was treating it 1.5 because I already knew the plot and outcome of 1.5 going into that one. So I wasn't I didn't need to like be that thorough. And like what I've been doing this whole time is like they'd be like, oh, this thing, and then I go into the thing, and then I go into the court record and I look it over because I'm like, oh, that would be interesting, and then it's there. I never look at it as soon as I get it unless I'm interested. I don't want to. I don't know what that means. Takumi, I don't know who that is. I know that he chose being the director for this over 5 and 6, okay? But, I'm sorry, I love Dual Destinies, and I will stand by my fucking assertion that Dual Destinies is fucking fantastic. Even though, fandom-wise, it's overlooked completely as... And like Spirit of Justice, I kind of understand where people are coming from with that one. I kind of understand where people are coming with that one. But it's they're still so completely overlooked fandom-wise. How is it that I had literally never before seen Sad Marty, but I had seen the characters of this fucking game? This case, when I do a ranking of the fucking cases, this case is going really fucking low. I hope that you will do better. I am a disappointed father. Most important tutorial case of the series? Really? Really? It comes back, does it? Just like in Dual fucking Destinies, huh? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Look. I'm your streamer. I should be more composed and have more control over my emotions and be enjoying myself so you can enjoy yourself, because no one likes this. I mean, I guess there are some people who enjoy doing it, but I don't know. Listening to people who are angry makes me uncomfortable because I'm like, I can tell that they're upset and I don't like that. I know. I don't know the characters yet. I'll understand them and I'll like them eventually. Like, because that's what happens with all of them, okay? That makes sense. And I'll get it, okay? I'll get it. I want this case to be over so I can get to that bit. I've never seen that before in my life. I don't know what it is, but I want no part of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant, a coin or a meat. How that could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef and a moment's distraction.
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen. A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath this piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel. A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
Attention!
By all means, don't let it stop you. No one invited you anyway. I'm gonna punch you in the face and steal your beautiful clothing.
Shut up!
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it was you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. And the point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing on the steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it could belong to. The owner of the koban that was found underneath the steak.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antique dealer, the owner of Rasutai, Kurio Korikuta-san. Kuri. As in, Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Look, if that's the case, Mupai, fucking sure. You know what? Fuck this case anyway. Didn't like it, didn't care. I mean, like, of course, it's not... Okay, so here's the thing. I can't say that any case is necessarily bad, because they're all good mysteries and I like the way they're all written. I do always feel like a smart little guy. I do always feel like a smart little guy. You like my voice acting? Oh my god, really? Oh my god, really? I mean, I feel like I'm pretty amateurish with it, but... Thank you, Ajax. Oh, okay, I guess I am pretty cool, and I guess they do have a lot of fun doing all of this. Look, flattery gets you everywhere with me. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened. Oh, I get it, everyone. Oh, thank you, Ajax. I appreciate it. I'm so cool. I'm so cool. Oh. Ugh. At exactly the moment the gun was fired. Gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Koei era Koban, my prize coin. Then this Hoei era Koban, do you mean to tell me?
Attention!
No, no, no. Please, why would Koekuta-san's korban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense.
Yes!
Which is why I'm asking to bring Koekuta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both the witnesses that testified earlier back here, without a moment's delay. I can't believe we've come back around to the pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this korban, we'll find that it's a key element of the case. What is this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Ido? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs forced to bear false witnesses. And when cast from the courtroom myself, I became a ruined man to a trice, a worthless wizard antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Razutai shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Koekuta-san, something has come to light that requires more clarification. As far as your Razutai memory... Yes, that's it! The one! The very one! The very exact one, that is. The resplendent, superfluous Hoeg treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be. As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and a plate, soaking its seasoned meat juices. Sandwiched? Soaking? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident. Which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my Hoeg treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscientious thing? Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation? The Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts, targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nib the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this korban incident is the work of the same thief.
Sure!
Sure.
Unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Kore Kuta-san's koban is all too clear. What?
What?
I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on the matter. And tell us who is the despicable scoundrel that stole the fucking coin. Yeah.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant, yes, sir, no, sir. How?
You monster!
Monster? I stole that koban, did I? I'm the master thief of Le Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Ido! Ido is the mastermind behind all of this. How dare you? You would push the blame of your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby. It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant. Yes, I know, sir. Preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. What the fuck was all that? Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages that the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase of taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant. The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy jumping my way through a good steak at the same time. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man in his koban? Yes, sir. Honestly, I don't give a shit, mate. I don't care. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak. I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Ida too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could on the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time.
Well, Miss Brett. Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. Fucking bootlick more, why don't you? I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. Fucking God. The theft of the Koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby saddle sergeant, so there's obviously no need for the Englishwoman to be here, even though all it does is prove that it's not the plate that we asked for in the first place! Why are you dragging this out? Would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of which an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? And as for picking up your steak and biting it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense, it's pure madness. Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. Fucking idiot. Fuck you. Ronosuk, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. Can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred me. Feels like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm as upset as you are. I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Attention!
What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Runosuk? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up the steak and biting it without a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Yes, right. What she said exposed an undeniable contradiction. Fucking what? I'm going to need see some evidence, counsel. Fuck you! I don't care anymore. I fucking don't care anymore. I don't give a shit anymore. I don't care. I just... Fucking what, okay? Just fucking what? Just what?
Hi, Mupar. Hi, Mupar. Hi, Mupar. I'm having an amazing time, as you can tell.
Take that!
The photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred. What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table. The steak that Miss Brett has been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. And now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edges that were eaten. I'd say you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Notice what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. And then take a good look at the steak, in particular, the edges where it was bitten. As you can see, there's clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without a knife and fork, there wouldn't be teeth marks in the steak. But what is your actual point? Nothing that could have been pointed out the second we found the fucking coin there. Oh, what have you say, dear lady? As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, of course. This will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put the rookie in... I've heard enough. Your irritating little fucking whatever. Yes, of course. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Ronosuk, do you know where you're going with this? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And frankly, if you're meant to be a better lawyer than I am, you should know already. The serious teeth marks in the steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstains I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. Jesus. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you point out, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting this tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. My goodness. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase, typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Well, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to a court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been? What? But just because it hasn't been shown yet doesn't mean the evidence doesn't exist. This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already.
And you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? Fucking thank you. Let me go home. It can't be. I can't believe you have it.
Objection!
I don't, but there is someone who does have it. There's someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit a piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery in this case.
Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence? Fucked if I know, and fucked if I give a shit, man. Why are you taking the long way around with everything?
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I haven't? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's No. I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on the stake with the teeth marks. Yes? Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court this following: I enjoyed chomping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Koret-Kutas-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it onto the steak. You watch it, cadet! I'm a superior officer! Sergeant Nosa could you please confirm something for me? Was the stake that you put the coin under in fact your own stake? Affirmative, of course. Though I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something. In other words, the stake that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's.
Objection!
But that makes no sense. The plate that was taken from the victim's table. Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites of her steak, nor does she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over. You did switch the plates. Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hit the corner of the knees, but then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my son of meat, I'd be in it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So, when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with one of the foreign ladies' table. What? You can't have... I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So, yes, I did what I had to do. Unbelievable. However, Venar Prosecutor-san, what now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform that is all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So, her surgeon knows to switch the plates over. It means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Earlier in the trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak from the incident, but also surgeons. That, to preserve evidence, you had taken both. That's correct. Then please present to the court now the plate that was actually on the victim's table in the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
What could that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat. I can't have the slightest bearing in this
Objection!
case. No, you're not wriggling out your way out of it this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the state plan promises to prove such a problem for you now. You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked for the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure I saw it in spread. On the side of the plate, on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear splatter of blood from the gunshot with the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you now show the evidence to court. Present the beef steak and plate that was originally on the victim's table. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. You couldn't figure this out earlier, sir. Jesus Christ. Sorry for keeping you. Here is the other steak in it. Please feel free to examine it. Bloodstain. It's clearly visible.
Yes!
Fucking obviously. This makes everything clear. The blood you can see from the side of the plate shows the moment the victim was shot. He was facing the plate with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right, Miss Jezebel Brett. It was you. You didn't need to do a half turn there. Done by a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No, no, no! That was kind of lame. But I like all the little chickies. Hi, babies. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behaviour of an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using karate. As you surmise, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. Though you planned to kill the professor knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water, because karate is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would all be over. I would place a steak I had ordered in front of him, and make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you! Who else? It's such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair since he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point. So I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of karate in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? So I was right, there were two guns. Yes. And when I finished my coffee and got up to leave, that's when I noticed the professor's gun, which had presumably placed on the floor, a place where you were sure I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, that's when you shot the professor with your own gun, even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and left him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency. Yes. I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. A good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-sama. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement. Well, you just did fucking lose, bitch, and I hope you like it. Better start getting used to tough opposition. Runosuke Naruhodo. Yes. This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten. You've become conceited with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Well, everyone knows wielding a sword makes you 10 times more attractive. Can I have it, please? 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Ouchi clan will never measure up to Naruhodo clan. I don't know why I changed the way I said that at the end. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Runosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is the modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wide world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi. Yes. After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery in the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why are you looking so green all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Runosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes. In you, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing you carry out that. Thank you, Your Excellency. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Runosuke Naruhodo. Couldn't even get a new cheering sound effect. Jesus. This court is now adjourned. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Runosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Oh well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, no, it was a pleasure to watch you work. So, you owe me a extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street, don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san innocent. I'll trust you, judicial assistant. You worked hard for the result, too, you know. Oh, no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much! If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how much things could have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Yes, of course. Forgive me for intruding on the court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant of the Defense. Speaking of Mikotoba... Oh, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. No, it is I who should be thanking you, after all. Your efforts exposed the true criminal and took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh, yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now, besides. It's your turn, Sogit. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Osagi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is a sword. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that is in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. This reminds me. What's happened to the woman? To Jezebel Brett. I mean, after all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... Oh, what do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now? She's the true culprit, after all? She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For... Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Jezebel Brett will not appear in court again in this country, I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today, very impressive to watch. I must... But what's all this about the consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her. But then who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts was a thing of the past now, and that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is no serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments. They can't invoke a council court like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but she doesn't justify our government's... it doesn't justify our government making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody to Miss Brett. They're obviously taking the case of foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is the time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, a change is coming. And we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But, Professor... You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Runosuk's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest Le Carnaval? As the head waiter, I would be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're Detective Hosanaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about the details for now. To Le Carnaval! Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course! Le Carnaval's food is second to none. I shall go and attend to the paperwork of Naruhodo-san's release. Oh, yes, thank you. So... Jezil Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma! Yes, Runosuk. I just wanted to say thanks again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do anything. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills makes a difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. Oh, come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right in the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it, for being a defense lawyer. Oh, no, not me. Oh, that tense verbal combat? I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Runosuk. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is? The weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win. Knowledge of the law? No, the ability to believe. Believe? To believe what? The defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in court, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in, even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, You face seemingly hopeless situations time and again, and you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. Through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually. Runosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... Ah, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga? I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Our first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget! Ah, yes. That too. So my first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mikotoba. Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of the help and support of all those people that I'd managed to get through the trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Thank you for the Steam achievement. I love a good Steam achievement. I love a good Steam achievement. What do I do? What do I do, guys? What do I do? Do I just continue to the next thing? Do I just continue to the next thing? I don't know. What if it takes forever? I don't want to. I don't want to. I did a long stream on Friday. We can fucking stop here. I'm busy Wednesday, so I won't be streaming on Wednesday. Because I've got things I need to do. Prior appointments. Which is unfortunate, but, it's how things are, I suppose. It's how things are. Yeah, I know, no Wednesday stream. Because I'm doing something in the morning, and I would just stream late in that case, but I've also got something I need to do in the afternoon. So, you know, it feels a bit, I don't exactly want to, like, limit myself that much. And given that this 4-hour case took me 6 hours, and the next case is also a 4-hour case, that's going to take me another 6 hours. So, you know, we're just not gonna touch it yet. How am I doing? I suppose I'm doing... It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine, okay? It's gonna be fine. I like Ace Attorney. I enjoy the writing. I'm sure that this is just a minor setback. And I'll enjoy the rest of it. I'm sure I will. I want to, at the very least. I want to have fun with it. I do. I do. It just annoyed me so much. I don't... Ugh, and also we're getting into like more real world political shit, and oh my god, now I have to deal with politics, like actual politics, world politics. Oh my gosh. I'm not the kind of person who finds politics in my media to be interesting. I watch media to avoid politics. It'll be great though, apparently. I trust the word of people, but then again, I don't know, because like I generally trust the word of wider fandom, but wider fandom also tells me that SDR2 is the best Danganronpa game in this franchise, and they're just fucking wrong about that one. So, sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong. I'm hoping I at least like this as much as other games. That's all I can hope for. That's all I can fucking hope for. But this was a good start, right? Right? Good start at least? No? I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Yeah. God damn it. This took me 6 hours? Does that mean there's going to be a trial that takes me longer than 10 hours? Which was the longest trial in literally all of the longest ones in all the other games? Then again, I suppose 1.5 was pretty intense. Took me a while to do that one. I will regain my sanity. It'll be great. It'll be fun. It's gonna be so fun. It's gonna be so fun. So Friday, we'll do whatever's next. And then continue next week like normal, hopefully. I'm pretty sure I'm not doing anything. I'm hungry. I'm gonna make myself some fucking food. I haven't eaten all day and it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So what are people doing today? What are people doing today? Oh, there's so many people online, guys. So many people online. Not many, apparently, actually. Well, you're gonna end soon. What do you mean, probably Ace Attorney? Yeah, it's Ace Attorney all the time. I don't do anything different. You expect me to, like, to expect me to play other games? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. I can't believe you insinuate that I would play other games. You gonna play Ace Attorney today? I thought you were waiting. I didn't know you were gonna play Ace Attorney. I didn't know you were gonna play Ace Attorney Pie. I thought you were waiting at least till the end of the month.
Do I get to watch you play Ace Attorney? That's so much more fun. Oh, my neck hurts. Here, hang out with Bird Mom. Okay. So. Yes, sorry, Soul. I don't feel like doing another 12 hours straight. Hi, Money. Hi. Oh. Yes, Mupai, I'm so incredibly excited. So, yes, we will be continuing Friday, so I'm cancelling Wednesday's stream. Unfortunate, I know. We're all devastated. Join the Discord and yell at me on Wednesday if you'd like instead. Wednesday, however, the VOD of a VOD will be uploading, so you can watch that. It's got Fulbright in it, so obviously it's important. Friday I will be uploading a Namin Ritsu cover. You can. I don't have a raid message, but if you wanna create one, go ahead. I should make one eventually, but I just haven't. But anyway, so I stream 9 o'clock Australian Central Standard Time, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Upload Utak on the Fridays. So, bye bye guys. I never know how to end. Bye bye.